Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games, and today we're going to continue our playthrough of Eric the Unready. Now, since yesterday, I had a quick look in the manual, and I got to the bottom of the sound effects mystery. It seems that by giving the executable the parameter blaster, it will tell it that it will tell the game that the sound card is in fact a Sound Blaster card, and it will then play the sound effects. I don't know what the default is, but whatever it was disabling the sound effects. I also discovered that it has an SVGA mode, which is higher resolution, which is all very nice, except for some reason in DOSBox, if you try and run the game in SVGA mode, the game no longer is able to render any text, which is somewhat suboptimal for a text adventure. Anyway, long story short, we are ready to go now, and we should have sound effects this time, in all their grainy, low bitrate glory. Gaily dressed crowds of people stream past you into a meadow decorated with banners and pavilions. It is the St. Barkhansday Fair, renowned across Taurus as the liveliest festival in the land. The entrance to the fair is to the north, and the road winds up into the hills to the west. A herald stands nearby reading a proclamation from a scroll. You see a newspaper here. So the very last thing that we did last time was we managed to acquire one of the legendary artifacts we were after in a game show of all things, but then due to a tragic accident, very shortly thereafter, we were blown sky high by a colossal barrel of gunpowder that went up. So we've landed here and we're on the search for the next artifact. While we're here, let's read the newspaper. Psychic Turtles predicts quest outcome. The stars are with you, Turtle tells Eric, but Gemini individual may seek to hinder progress. In a separate exclusive interview with what we laughingly refer to as an Inquirer reporter, the Turtle also predicted romance for Liz and continued weight problems for Oprah. Blister Castle destroyed by giant foot. Well, it was actually as we know, it was a gunpowder barrel that went up. Blister Castle was destroyed yesterday when a gigantic foot descended from the sky and mashed the fortress into the ground. Eyewitness reports from the scene say there was a squishing sound and a muffled sacre bleu, followed by an eerie silence. No services will be held for the defenders of the castle, as they all appear to have been foreigners. That is a Monty Python reference. As were the defenders of the castle in the first place. Bizarre death and unicorn taunting. Authorities yesterday reported another in a bizarre series of deaths. Rupert the Slow was found dead yesterday after what experts say was a fatal session of unicorn taunting. This outlawed sport involves mooning the unicorn, which enrages the puritanical beast and causes him to charge. The mooner then jumps out of harm's way at the last second. Rupert apparently didn't jump in time. Services will be held at the Edward II Memorial Chapel in Gloucester. St. Barkhansday Fair opens. The annual St. Barkhansday Fair begins today, with the highlight of the fair is expected to be the unveiling of the long-awaited advance in personal hygiene, the Chamber Pot of tomorrow. The Chamber Pot will be on display with other futuristic devices that will be closely guarded by the Troll Protection Agency. Personal, Oedipus, come home, your father misses you. Love, Mum. That is a reference to Greek mythology. For sale, 2 superb hunting dogs. Answer to the names of Drizzlebringer and Sniffleblade. Contact Elrod of Mealybone. I don't know what that's a reference to, although I did notice that one of the Oath's 2 heads was called Elrod. General interest, feeling old? Drop by my studio for a private portrait sitting. It'll take years of your life. D. Gray. That's a reference to Dorian Gray from the Portrait of Dorian Gray, a novel, I think it was, by Oscar Wilde. General interest, calling all insomniacs. Boy, have I got a cure for you. Contact RV Winkle Enterprises. I don't get the reference. Legal notice, all future contracts will be negotiated in cash only. No non-liquid securities such as body parts will be considered. Shylock Merchant. I don't know what that's a reference to, but it sounds sordid though. Lost. Absolutely worthless map. Sentimental value only. Small reward. LJ Silver. Long John Silver. So that's a historical reference. And we're done. Right, let's walk about a bit and get our bearing. Talk to Herald. Your name wouldn't happen to be Harold, would it? Well, yes, it's a name that's been in the Tribune family for years. Why do heralds always say hark? Well, it'd sound silly if we ran around saying snorkel, wouldn't it? Can't very well get people's attention that way. Why do you look so different in the other picture? That's my formal portrait. I use it when I'm making official announcements. For casual conversations like this, I use my everyday picture. Tell me about the fair. It's a wonderful fair, loved by all, except people with queasy stomachs. Just go inside and listen to the storyteller in the amphitheatre. It will tell you everything you need to know. I bid thee farewell. Okay, let's see what's north. Oh, quite a lot is north. Fairgrounds. You join the stream of people and soon come to the heart of the fair. A well-trampled meadow surrounded by food stalls, tents and pavilions. The crowds swirl around you, revealing occasional glimpses of strolling musicians, jugglers, sword swallowers, jesters and fire eaters. In the very centre of the field is a stripped maypole that is topped by a long red scarf. Nearby, a whole boar is roasting on a spit that turns under the watchful eye of a burly cook. Gaming areas lie to the west and northeast. The stockade is to the east, and a path leads north to a natural amphitheatre. You can leave the fair by going south. Take all? No such luck. Okay, let's work our way through the different directions, I suppose. North. You're sitting on a hillside that makes a natural amphitheatre overlooking a stage. There is a sign here. Beyond it, a path leads around north to the stage entrance, and another leads off to the west. Examine sign. Today's events. 11 AM, the story of the dragon. Noon, Lily. 1 PM, the juggler's vein. 2 PM, Lily. 3 PM, the juggler's vein. 4 PM, the juggler's vein. Okay, north I suppose. A burly stage manager appears from nowhere and says, "Entry by invitation only. Get lost." What a charming fellow. Pavilion of Tomorrow. The Pavilion of Tomorrow is packed with futuristic technology which sets out what life on Taurus will be like in the not too distant future. On the main table are a hoop, a chamber pot, a rubber band and an odd looking kitchen device, a viper's cage, a gong, a model of a catapult and an aardvark. On a pedestal off to one side is a very large leech. The only exit lies to the east. In the cage you see a viper. Well, take all I suppose. Hold on. I want to examine the thing that Eric couldn't identify. An odd-looking kitchen device. Oh, is that the Crush-O-Matic, by any chance? That's my verbs. I'm a little worried that moon appears to be a verb here in this in my shortlist for this section of the game. Examine Crush-O-Matic. Oh. Excuse me, I typoed. Examine. Kitchen appliance. It's your mating new Crush-O-Matic, the all-in-one kitchen appliance of the future. No more slicing, no more dicing. Simply crushes your food to a pulp. Cuts food preparation time in half. The 2,500 pound weight is guaranteed to puree any vegetable or mash any fruit. Kills, plucks and guts a chicken with the flip of a switch. Some cleanup required. Great for people with no teeth. Goodness. Examine fine print. I wonder if this is the same thing. No. Knowing in your heart that only geeks read fine print, you nevertheless look at the small words. Bungee-matic. Oh, okay, that's the bungee cord. That we got in the Underground Empire. Alright, let's try take all. Leech, carefully pick up the giant slug, taking care to ensure that its sucker has no chance to attach itself to your skin. Rubber band taken. I call that a success. South. Right, we're back at the fairgrounds. Let's go south again, actually, because there was one direction we didn't try from the entrance. West. As you follow the road up into the hills, the landscape grows darker and more forbidding, until the road stops just below a black jagged cave entrance. You scramble up the hillside and feel your way into the ominous shadows. This doesn't seem... No. This didn't seem particularly good. Suddenly, a huge dragon looms out of the darkness. Behind the monster, you see a ring and the Royal Stake of Eternity. And the Royal Stake of Eternity is one of the artifacts we need. Before you can make a move, the dragon spews a stream of fire directly at your rear. You roll to one side to avoid the fiery onslaught and flee from the cave to the safety of the flatlands. Well, now we know what's up there. You scramble down the hillside and don't stop running until you're back outside the fair. The herald looks at you and grins. Been to see the dragon, have you? Well, you're not going to get very far with him until you've got something to protect your rear from those flames of his. Yes, quite. Okay, let's try northeast. You've wandered into a shooting gallery manned by a friendly-looking barker. The pavilion is long and narrow, with 3 rows of moving targets at the far end. The barker gives you a crossbow and says, shoot at any target you like. Okay. Shoot targets. The crossbow strikes a target. Congratulations, says the barker. He tosses you a chicken. The barker spots 2 women in the crowd and says to you, the blonde one's mine, you can have the redhead. What a charming fellow. You shoot the crossbow, but the quarrel misses the target. A woman with a low-cut bodice walks past the pavilion. The barker clutches his chest and says, I'm in love. Congratulations, says the barker. He hands you a whoopee cushion. Congratulations, says the barker. He hands you a noisemaker. The barker calls out to a passing service girl. I've got the time, honey, if you have the beer. Oh dear. Congratulations, says the barker. He gives you an apologetic glance and says, you've already won one of everything I have, but you're welcome to keep practicing if you like. The barker reaches out and grabs the crossbow. Can't have people walking off with the equipment, he says. Well, I'd say that was reasonably successful. Not quite sure what we're going to do with all our new belongings. What did we get there? We got a chicken, a whoopee cushion, and a noisemaker. East. You push your way through a dense circle of people gathering around the stocks. The pillory is a clumsy wooden affair with holes for the neck and wrists. It is currently empty and the crowd eagerly awaits a new target of abuse. A pavilion lies to the east and the meadow to the west. East again, I guess. Fool's Pavilion. You have stumbled into a convention of fools. A burly looking fool comes up to you, hits you with a pig's bladder and says, Fool's auditions this way. You sit down in front of 3 sour-faced judges. Go ahead, one of them says. Be funny. What are my verbs? Drop, examine, get, give, insult, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, shoot, spit, stand, take, talk to, throw, tie, undo, wait and wear. That's the short list. Stand's an interesting one. I wonder why I'll need to specifically specify that I should stand up. What should I do? I've got a bad feeling this is what the whoopee cushion is probably for. drop the whoopee cushion. The judges score your activity. They throw out the high and the low score, giving you a 3.1. One of them says you'll have to do much better than that if you hope to win your Fool's Cap. Stand on whoopee cushion. You sit on the cushion. It emits a triple yes. A standing resonance and quality. The judges crack up. You score a 9.6. One of the judges stands and intones, by the virtue of the power vested in me by the Fool's Guild, I hereby name you an apprentice fool. You're entitled to wear this hat at all times and to return it 1 year. And to return in 1 year to qualify for full membership in the guild. He gives you a fool's cap and escorts you out of the pavilion to the stockade. Now get out there and make a fool of yourself, he says. Make us proud. So I correctly guessed what the solution to that puzzle was. You push your way through a dense circle of people. Oh, we've read that. Your score has just gone up by 15. Wonderful. So that's that solved. It's only west we haven't been yet. Shady area. This is a shady area just to the west of the meadow. There is a three-handed elf here. Ranged out in front of him are 3 shells, 1 red, 1 blue and 1 green. He is constantly moving the shells around, lifting first one and then the other, tossing a pea back and forth. On the tree behind him are some woodcuts. Step right up, step right up. Who's next? Just a few minutes of your life against the chance to win some woodcuts of the lovely Lady Lily? You, sir, would you like to play? A few minutes of my life. Talk to elf. Tell me about the game. It's really quite simple. I hide the pea, you try to find it. All it costs is a few minutes of your time. What are the stakes of the game? If I win, my lifespan increases by a few minutes and your lifespan decreases, but if you win, you get some of my minutes, plus you get the woodcuts. Tell me about the woodcuts. They're the latest in erotica from Lily's fevered imagination. People are paying a silver penny just to spend 2 minutes looking at them. How did you get a copy of the woodcuts? Let's just say there are some advantages to having free hands, and Lily appreciates people with special talents. Aren't shell games like this illegal? What? I can't hear you. Somebody has slapped some hot dogs on the side of my head. Oh, I see. That's a comment about the what his ears look like in the picture. Don't look now, but somebody has slapped some hot dogs on the side of your head. Thanks for the tip. Enough talk. Let's get back to the action. Play. Certainly, sir, says the elf. He puts the pea under the red shell and starts moving the shells around. After a few moments, he stops and says, alright, where's the pea? How do I guess? Play? The elf says, we're already playing. All you have to do is turn over one of the shells. Oh, okay. So, take, I suppose? Take green shell. You turn over the green shell but discover nothing underneath. The elf turns over the blue shell to reveal the pea and says, sorry, better luck next time. You suddenly feel a few minutes older while the elf appears a few minutes younger. One of the strolling musicians wanders by. He plays the game and wins but turns down the prize. Talk to musician. How do you play that thing? Well, right now I can. It's missing a reed. If I don't get one soon, I'll lose my job. Why do you keep playing the game and turning down the woodcuts? I'm just trying to buy time. That's the last set of woodcuts the elf has got. If I take them, he'll close up shop and go away. Nice shades. Thanks. They're polarized, waterproof, fireproof, and shock resistant. Perfect for gigs with really tough, rough crowds. How do you keep beating the elf? He has his magic, I have mine. So I suppose if I help the musician fix his instrument, then he may help me win the game. which will then give me access to the woodcuts, but I don't know why I would need the woodcuts. Examine noisemaker. It's one of those party favourites that everyone blows at midnight on All God's Day Eve. The musician wanders off into the crowd. So he needs something that resembles a reed. I don't know what the solution to this is. Maybe we'll come back here shortly. I'm thinking now that we have the Fool's Cap, we can probably get into the area we couldn't before. Where Fool's Cap? You put on the Fool's Cap. North. A burly stage door. A burly stage door manager appears from nowhere and says, "Entry by invitation only." Talk to... Oh, I don't see him there. Manager? Burly stage door manager. Strange. Okay. Who else can we talk to? Talk to... Wait, does that say boa? As in a boa constrictor? It's a beautiful red scarf that unfortunately is far over your head. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Examine apron. It's a clean white apron that says, "Poke me with a fork, I think I'm done." That might be useful for fireproofing ourselves. Examine bore. The bore is stretched out on the spit. The skewer runs straight through its empty, gaping mouth. Chef. Talk to chef. Who gets to eat the boar? It's for the fair organisers. As soon as it's done, I've got to change into my posh clothes and deliver it to them. The boar looks done to me. What are you waiting for? I know I've forgotten something. I just can't remember what it is. Could it be herbs, spices, special sauce, sesame seed bun? Surely you've heard that barbecued meat contains all kinds of carcinogens. What do you care? You're not the one who's going to be eating it. And don't call me Shirley. Okay, can I call you... No, that's rude. What's with the red scarf up there? The boa? It belongs to Lily. Go to one of her shows in the amphitheatre and you'll learn all about it. I don't believe we have anything more to say to each other. Parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme? Okay, so we know what the chef wants. He wants something to improve the pig. What about this chicken I got earlier? It's a limp rubber bird with scrawny yellow skin. Okay. Right. Climb pole? Is that a thing we can do? Take boa. Great idea. All you've got to do is climb that pole. Climb pole. You Try to climb the greased pole, but make absolutely no progress. Okay. Wait. Okay, that didn't help. I was hoping I might get to hear the proclamation. Examine. Oh, examine scroll. The herald catches you peeking at the scroll, closes his throat and theatrically and pronounces, hear ye, by the grace of His Majesty King Fudd, the soon-to-be deceased, ye are hereby welcome to the festival of Saint Barkan. The following are the rules of the festival. Wenches shall remain clothed at all times except when circumstances dictate otherwise. Bodily functions are to be discreetly handled. Of spitting there shall be none, nor of spritzing, nor hawking of loogies. Ugh. In addition, you may not vomit. Puffing, hurling, and puking likewise shall not be countenanced, nor shalt thou... and so forth. Punishment for engaging in any of these activities is 10 minutes in the stocks. Have a nice day. Good to know. Can I examine inventory? No. Because I can see all the things I can interact with here. I just wanted to have a... I wonder if the... Oh! Inventory. That helps. You're holding a noisemaker, a chicken, a rubber band, a leech, and a newspaper. You're wearing a fool's cap and a backpack. In the backpack you see a wrench, some berries, a book, a bungee cord, and a pitchfork. So somehow I should be able to help the chef and or the musician out of the items: a noisemaker, a chicken, a rubber band, a leech, and a newspaper, presumably. Well, not the newspaper. I don't think they're used to solve puzzles. I wonder if the chef would appreciate the noisemaker. I'm thinking to, for theatrical effect, that the roast pig could make a noise. Sorry, not in the recipe. Fair enough. To the east, the stockade. East again will take me back to the Falls Pavilion, but I'm assuming there's nothing there. You've stumbled into a convention of fools. You see a whoopee cushion and some scorecards here. The burly fools come up to you and says, "You've already passed your audition, now get out of here and act stupid." Yeah. Let's go back to the Pavilion of the Future. Maybe there was something there to do that I missed. The Pavilion of Tomorrow, I should say. There is a Viper here. Not sure why I would want to interact with a Viper. Okay, let's examine the items. A hoop. Examine. Portable window of the future. Castles can be such dreary places. Now you can liven them up with this new portable window. In the world of tomorrow, shelters won't leave pleasant vistas up to chance. They'll carry their windows with them. Comes with a pull-down shade for portable privacy. Examine chamber pot. Soon privies will be a thing of the past. Instead, everyone will have his own personal chamber pot permanently attached to his or her rear. Think of the convenience. No more midnight sorties out in the dark. No more shared facilities. Each pot will be contoured to fit the individual. With the chamber pot tomorrow, instant relief is always just behind you. I wonder if that's what I need to get past the dragon. As you reach for the chamber pot, your hand accidentally brushes against the catapult. The head trigger on the catapult fires. The black marble arches through the portable window, nearly misses the window shade and strikes a gong. A very large, very stupid troll lumbers into the room. Display not touch, he recites mechanically. He finds the marble and reloads the catapult. Knuckles dragging against the floor, the troll lumbers away again. Take marble. As you reach for the marble, your fingers brush against the cat jet free launching mechanism. The head trigger on the catapult fires. And the same thing happens again. Pull the shade down on the hoop. Pull shade. You lower the shade. Take chamber pot. As you reach for the chamber pot, your hand accidentally brushes against the catapult. The head trigger on the catapult fires. The black marble arches through the air and hits the closed window shade. The marble drops down into the viper's cage, falling directly into the viper's open mouth. The snake closes its mouth and makes Ragers swallow the marble. Seconds later, it realizes his mistake and spits the marble out at high velocity. It strikes a gong with a resounding clang. Oh dear. You're holding a noisemaker, a chicken, a rubber band, a leech and a newspaper. Examine book. Even Gallant think that it's the book that puts people to sleep. That was the book. Examine Viper. Judicial innovation, trial by Viper. Years from today, our system of trial by ordeal will be regarded as barbaric. Replacing it will be the more scientific trial by Viper. Recent studies show that guilty people sweat more than innocent people, and the Vipers are particularly sensitive to the kind of sweat a guilty person produces. Trial by Viper will require both parties in a lawsuit to put their arms inside a Viper's cage. Because the Viper abhors the sweat of the guilty, it will bite the arm of the innocent man. Once the guilty party has thus been identified, the court will force him to pay restitution to the estate of the innocent man, who will have died with the satisfaction of having given his life to the cause of justice. can't think of a way to do that yet, so perhaps we should come back there later. Give noisemaker to musician. I must have misspelled musician. I did. I forgot one of the I's. Noisemaker to musician. There we go. Give chicken to musician. No such luck. Examine rubber band. Examine fairgoers. The crowd here is thinned out. Take all. No, no such luck. An apple. He'll want an apple for the pig, won't he? I mean, not definitely, but it seems likely. Can I take the maypole? No. I wonder if I get myself into the stocks, if they'll throw apples at me, and then that's how I solve the chef's puzzle. Let's try it. A police nymph appears out of nowhere. She grabs your ear and twists it like your first grade teacher used to do. Then she drags you off through the crowd to the stocks. Once there, she puts all your possessions in a pile, lowers a bar over your neck and wrists, and locks you in. Then she disappears. Stockade in the stocks. You're imprisoned in front of a dense circle of people gathered around the stocks. The pillory is a clumsy wooden affair with holes for the neck and wrists. It is currently holding you captive in front of a merciless crowd of onlookers. The pavilion lies to the east and the meadow to the west. Wait. A mosquito crawls into your ear and settles down to have lunch. Oh. Some teenage girls in the crowd point at you, whisper something to each other, and then giggle. An angelic-looking boy toddles along next to his father. The father says to him, "You've been such a good boy, Byron. Here's a nice shiny apple." The father turns away for a moment, and the boy sticks his tongue out at you. The boy makes a face at you. The father tugs on the boy's hand and says, "Come along, now it's time to leave." The boy starts to protest, but his father pulls him into the crowd. I suppose I was supposed to insult the boy or something, given that insult is one of my verbs here. A chicken comes and pecks at your feet. You get cramp in your leg. A dog comes up and licks you on the cheek. The nymph returns. She opens the stocks, restores all your possessions, and disappears. You get an itch between your shoulder blades. A dog comes up and licks you on the cheek. Here we go again. I don't particularly want to do this, but it's probably the solution. The boy throws the apple at you, striking you on the nose. The apple rolls into your pile of possessions. Your score has gone up by 5. The father tugs on the boy's hand and says, "Come along now, it's time to leave." The boy starts to protest, but the father pulls him off into the crowd. An urchin steps forward and holds a dead stinking rat just under your nose. Oh dear. Give apple to chef. The cook slaps himself on the forehead and says, "That's what I've been missing." He puts out the fire and says, "Thank you, now I can deliver this pig." He removes his apron and rolls up his sleeves. Then he calls his assistant and the two of them hoist a spit up onto their shoulders and carry away the boar. Take all. Apron taken. Examine apron. It's a clean white apron that says, "Poke me with a fork, I think I'm done." Yeah, I'm not sure how that helps me. Unless it's fireproof. I just had a horrible idea. I wonder if I could use a rubber band to hold the viper's mouth shut. Tie viper with rubber band. Thinking very guiltily forward, you put your hand inside the cage and slip the band over the viper's mouth. The snake tries to hiss at you, but it comes out. Let's try that again. Take chamber pot. You reach for the chamber pot, your hand accidentally brushes against the catapult. The hair trigger on the catapult fires. The black marble arches through the air and hits a closed window shade. The marble drops down into the viper's cage and hits the viper square on the head. The marble rolls out of the cage. The aardvark mistakes the marble for a large, particularly juicy black bug and starts to give chase. He scurries across the table and crashes into the gong. Okay. We're closer though. Examine aardvark. Personal hygiene system. Exhaustive research has recently revealed that of all the people who have ever died of the Black Death, none has ever expired while holding an aardvark. Futurists predict that the anteater's amazing prophylactic powers will be sought by so many people that within the next 10 years, every man, woman, and child on Taurus will be carrying an aardvark with them at all times. Examine aardvark collar. The collar is a convenient place to attach a leash. That's probably what I need to do then. Inventory. What do I have? You have an apron, a noisemaker, a chicken, a leech, and a newspaper. Tie bungee cord to aardvark collar. Removing the bungee cord from the backpack, you hook one end of the bungee cord to the aardvark's collar and the other end to the edge of the table. I think we're getting somewhere. As you reach for the chamber pot, your hand accidentally brushes against the catapult. The hair trigger on the catapult fires. The black marble arches through the air and hits the closed window shade. The marble drops down into the viper's cage and hits the viper square on the head. The marble rolls out of the cage. The aardvark mistakes the marble for a large, particularly juicy black bug and starts to give chase, but is soon pulled up short by the bungee. Not to be stopped, the aardvark unfurls his incredibly long tongue, which unfortunately gets entangled in the switch that activates the crush-o-matic. The huge weight falls to the floor and slams into the floorboard, which immediately pivots up and crashes into the gong. And the troll then winds up the crush-o-matic's weight back up to the top. Okay. have I got? An apron, a noisemaker, a chicken, a leech, a newspaper, a wrench, some berries, a book and a pitchfork. Pull, crusher switch. You go and stand next to the Crush-O-Matic and get ready to flip the switch, but then you notice that your foot is directly under the 2,500 pound weight. Rather than finishing the adventure with feet that look like clown shoes, you decide not to pull the lever. Examine floorboard. The loose board pivots in the floor like a seesaw. Take floorboard? You can't take the floorboard. So am I supposed to do something to the floorboard to stop it from flipping up? Stand on floorboard. You stand on the end of the board furthest away from the crusher. Take chamber pot. As you reach for the chamber pot, your hand accidentally brushes. Okay, that's not changed. Which unfortunately gets entangled in the switch that activates the Crush-O-Matic. The huge weight falls to the floor and slams into the loose floorboard, sending you flying up into the air. You do a double somersault in the air and land. Rear first in the chamber pot. You stagger to your feet and tug at the pot, but it is now firmly attached to your backside. The marble seems to have disappeared, and the only positive note is your activity doesn't seem to have alerted the troll. Oh, the amphitheatre fills up. The story of the dragon. Once upon a time, a baby dragon was born to an overprotective mother who took the infant to the River of Magic, which was renowned for conferring invulnerability upon those who bathe in the waters. Legend says that just when the mother dipped the baby into the river, the god of mischief snuck up behind her and tickled her. She almost dropped the baby into the river, but by some adroit juggling managed to save the infant from drowning. As the baby grew to dragonhood, it became apparent that it was indeed invulnerable, except for one spot that constantly shifted among the various places where its mother had touched it during her juggling act. Cloaked in this near-complete invulnerability, the dragon ravaged the countryside. By day he lurked in his cave, guarding the royal stake of eternity, and a magical ring he called his semi-precious. But by night he emerged from his cave filled with bloodlust, and every night he killed another unfortunate soul and devoured him on the spot. All the best knights in the land came to do battle with him, and all were killed. Soon, the remaining knights impressed upon the shop steward that assigning the dragons a quest would prove more dangerous for the steward than for the dragon. But then there came into the land an intrepid courier of the royal males, Barkan of Kipchak. He regularly appointed rounds took him past the dragon's cave every day, and so he learned of the monster's dread habits. Barkan racked his brains and one day thought of how to bring relief to the land. He arranged for the dragon to be placed on the mailing list of every junk mailer on Taurus. Soon the volume of the dragon's daily mail was staggering. It It took him longer and longer each day to go through it until he no longer had time to ravage the countryside. Barkan's stratagem was successful, but the carrier paid with his life. He died of a hernia delivering the dragon's mail on a Wednesday following a 4-day weekend. Now, there is only one day a year when the dragon emerges from his cave. Each year on the anniversary of the carrier's death, the dragon flies over the St. Barkan's Day festival and swoops down to carry off a fairgoer. The storyteller stands and seems to stare right at you. Oh. Today is the day of the dragon's flight, but none of you should worry. He only seems to attack extremely unlucky people. So we've made progress. But we still haven't figured out how to beat the elf, which is probably going to mean helping the musician. And I'm guessing we're probably supposed to scale that pole at some point as well to get the boa, although I'm not quite sure why. Trying to think what there's left to try. Was there anything in the shaded area that I didn't notice? Doesn't look like it. The museum pushes you and says, "Hey, the hornpipe may be broken at the moment, but it's still my only means of livelihood. All I need to do is find a reed for it and I'll be back in business." Right, how am I gonna get a reed? Talk to musician. He has his magic eye of mine. Oh, I could examine the tree. It's just an ordinary tree that happens to have some woodcuts hanging from it. Okay. Examine maypole. It's about 30 feet tall and creased within an inch of its life. From the very top of the pole, a long red boa flutters invitingly in the breeze. Examine noisemaker. Play noisemaker? The noisemaker makes a poor musical instrument. Okay. Examine chicken. Talk to prisoner. What's your name? My name is Thetil Timthon, and I don't know why I've come here every year, because I always seem to end up in the Stocketh. In the Thocketh. Are you comfortable? I make a good living. Don't think about your nose. If you do, it might start to itch. Thanks. I'll try not to keep that in mind. Try this. She sells seashells by the seashore. Only a Thor mind would be amused by such as yes. I think I've taunted you enough. Thank heaven for that. Thank heaven for Thor favor. Nothing in the area I can take, is there? No. I could go back to the dragon, actually. Now that I have the apron and the chamber pot. Perhaps they'll be safe. Suddenly, a huge dragon looms out of the darkness. Behind the monster, you see a ring and the royal stake of eternity. Before you can make a move, the dragon spews a stream of fire directly at you. Roll to one side to avoid the fiery onslaught and flee from the cave to the safety of the flatlands. The herald looks at you and grins, being to see the dragon, have you? Well, you're not going to get very far with him until you've got something to protect your hands from those flames of his. My hands! Nothing here I can take, is there? You remove the bungee cord from the aardvark's collar. The gleam in the viper's eyes suggests that removing the rubber band would be next to the last thing you would ever do. The very last thing, of course, would be to cut your throat in agony and say, "Girls!" We may as well wait for the next performance. The auditorium fills with fairgoers, eager to see the famous songstress Lily. Lily bumps and grinds her way to the edge of the stage and begins to sing. The temperature in the immediate area instantly climbs by 5 degrees. My name is Darling Lily, I'm here to sing for you. My heart is in the right place and my other parts too. But any man who wants me has to pass a little test, so stay a while and listen if you want to keep abreast. She shimmies over to the other side of the stage to sing the next verse. 2 men in the front row pass out and are quickly revived with buckets of water that are kept on hand for just that purpose. The test is very simple. It really is a beaut. I'll run you up the maypole and watch as you salute. Just bring me back the clothing that sits atop the tree and you'll get in the garden to pick my fleur-de-lis. Lily undulates back to the centre of the stage to sing in the final verse of her song. Everyone in the first 2 rows rushes towards the stage. They are beaten back by the security crew. Now Helen had the features that could launch the 10,000 ships, but I can bring them back here with a wiggle of my hips. So come on boys and try it if you're tired of being chased, because apples left unminded are a terrible thing to waste. The crowd goes wild. Lily leans forward in a deep bow, which almost sparks off a riot. After an extended standing ovation, she finally blows some kisses to the crowd and leaves the stage. The amphitheatre slowly empties, and after a while you are left alone. As you get ready to leave, an usher comes to you and hands you a note. Examine note. Examine note. I saw you out front during the show. Please meet me in my dressing room. Goodness. You present your invitation to the burly guard, who grudgingly ushers you into Lily's boudoir. Dressing room. Lily's boudoir is filled with feminine touches. It is oddly intimate for a room set in the middle of a fairground. In the vase you see a weed. Lily meets you as you come in and says, "Elwick, how thrilling." She sits down and continues, "I hope you enjoyed my show. I noticed you in the crowd and I couldn't help thinking to myself, wow, what a guy." She leans forward a little and purrs. "I hope this will be the beginning of a beautiful friendship." Okay, nothing to take. Millwall. Oh, all my items have had their R's replaced. Apron, bellies, and so on. Talk to Lily. My goodness, what an expensive gown. Was it a gift? Yeah, it was. And goodness had nothing to do with it. What is your bow doing at the top of the maypole? I do not grant my love to just any man. Bring me the bow as proof of your prowess, then we can get down to brass tacks. How come you didn't have trouble with your eyes on stage? It's curious, isn't it? The problem always seems to go away when I'm singing. Odds bodkins, milady, I must needs cease this parley. Very well. Is there anything in the room? Because I couldn't take all, I'm guessing there is nothing here that I need. Oops. Okay. So how am I going to climb that maypole? Or how is Eric going to? Or is there another way to get the boa? If I could cause the maypole to fall down, that would work. The rubber chicken is made of rubber. That's going to be grippy. Could I fashion the rubber chicken into some gloves somehow? This probably won't do anything, but for the sake of experimentation. No, that doesn't work. Maybe I'm not supposed to get the boa. I don't know. I'm just thinking, what would happen if I did? How would that further Eric's quest? Tie bungee cord to maypole. Take one look at the grease girder of goo and quickly decide it's not worth the effort. Okay. Still no idea how I'm going to get a read. Wait, are food stools something I can interact with? No. I guess I could check out the next show. The amphitheatre fills. A troupe of jugglers comes on stage and they begin tossing bizarre objects back and forth between them. After a while, they challenge people in the audience to toss them something they can't juggle. Okay, this looks promising. Gloves? Where did those gloves come from? Salmon gloves. The gloves appear to have hundreds of tiny suckers all over them. That would help me climb the maypole. Someone in the crowd tosses a lighted torch up onto the stage. The jugglers field it flawlessly and work it into the intricate pattern of objects they are handling. After a while, they toss it back into the crowd where it disappears. A leech. Throw leech. You give the leech a good toss. It arches gracefully through the air and then lands nearby. Take leech. Throw leech at jugglers. You toss a leech to the jugglers. As soon as one of their special gloves touches the huge sucker, the leech sticks fast. Another juggler comes over to try and help, but his glove gets stuck as well. It quickly becomes apparent to the crowd that the jugglers have failed the challenge, and they begin to boo. The performers sheepishly remove their gloves, dropped on the stage, and slink away. Once they are gone, the amphitheatre quickly empties and the leech crawls away. Take gloves. Well, that's progress. Wear gloves. Take boa. Climb pole. The gloves stick to the pole like jelly to a baby's face. You clamber up the... I think by jelly they mean jam. You clamber up to the top of the pole and pluck the boa from its perch. You wave it over your head in triumph, then slide back down the ground where you're greeted with cheers from the assembled crowd. Dressing womb. Give boa to Lily. Oh, Elwick, how thrilling! She throws her arms around you and gives you a kiss. Then she wraps the boa around your neck and says, you may wear this as my champion. As you begin the second half of the quest to prove that you love me. Oh, as my champion, as you begin the second half of the quest to prove that you love me. Second part, you cried, but I did as you asked. Rappelling up a great pole shows agility, Elwick, she replies, and agility is nice, but it doesn't prove that you have the strength and daring I crave. To demonstrate that, I must ask you to bring me the head of the ravenous raven of Wagoon. She hands you the weed from the vase. The raven will eat anything, as his name implies, but he especially loves this kind of weed. You can use it as bait to entrap him. Oh, I can't even ask about it. Oh, is the weed actually a reed, but she can't pronounce her R's properly? This is just a little linguistic joke on the part of the developers. And then I give the reed to the musician. Let's see, if I go south, is this going to turn into a reed? It has indeed. I'm guessing the gloves will also protect my hands from the dragon, but I probably need the shades to protect my eyes. That's my guesswork. The musician eyes light up. Oh, thank you, he cries. I'm back in business. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Well, you say, now that you mention it, I wouldn't mind having a look through those sunglasses. You can keep them, the musician says. It's a small enough reward for what you have done for me. He hands you the sunglasses and runs off to find the other members of his band. Oh, I bet these are X-ray specs, and that's how he keeps beating the elf. The magic latches reveal that the pea is under the green shell. The elf, you turn over the green shell. The elf's face falls and looks quite a bit older. You win, he says. He gives you the woodcuts. I've got to find a spot where people don't have glasses like that. I'm not getting any younger, you know. He packs up his gear and leaves. It's a collection of woodcuts that show silhouettes of Lily in a variety of poses that make your eyeballs sweat and your ears sting. Goodness. I wonder if I'm prepared to face the dragon yet. The dragon's lair is a huge dark cavern ruled by the very dragon who now looms before you. The monster seems invulnerable to attack, except of course for the vulnerability spot on his head revealed by your magic sunglasses. In the darkness of the cave behind the dragon is a magic ring, the object of today's quest. The raw stake of eternity is also visible in the shadows. The only exit is to the east. Suddenly the dragon's vulnerability spots shift to his tail. The dragon flames your neck, but the boa protects you from the attack. What can I do? Drop, examine, get, give, insult, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, shoot, spit, stand, take, talk to, throw, tie. I wonder if I can just old-fashioned attack. Attack, dragon's tail. You can't get close enough to the dragon to do that. Suddenly the dragon's vulnerability spot shifts to his throat. Shoot, dragon's throat. The dragon flames the top of your head, but the fool's cap protects you from the attack. With what? Your finger? Suddenly the dragon's vulnerability spot shifts to his head. He's... Okay, I need to fashion myself some sort of weapon, clearly. Or acquire one. Inventory. You are holding some woodcuts, a chicken, a note, a bungee cord, a noisemaker, and a newspaper. If I give the woodcuts to the how shall we put this? The over-enthusiastic barker, shall we say, then I wonder if he'll give me the crossbow in return. Wow, would you get a load of them gams? The barker grabs the woodcuts out of your hands and begins an intense study of them, losing all interest in you. You already have the crossbow. Southwest. The barker pays no attention to you as you leave. Your score has gone up by 15. Okay. I think we can face the dragon now. The dragon flames your eyes, but the sunglasses protect you from the attack. Shoot dragon's tail. You fire the crossbow at the tail, but before the coral strikes, the vulnerability spot moves. The coral bounces off the now invulnerable spot, and the dragon eats it. Suddenly, the dragon's vulnerable spot shifts to his eyes. Shoot dragon's eyes. Before the coral strikes, I should be writing down the order of this, shouldn't I? So, tail to eyes. Tail, eyes, throat, back to tail. So the eyes are next. Oh, that's odd. Perhaps I just need to guess any other body part? Or is there a pattern to this? So it was tail, eyes, throat, tail, and now it's throat again. Now it's at his talons. If there is any pattern to this, then it's bound to come back to the tale eventually. Fire the crossbow at the tail, the vulnerability spot moves right over your targeted area, the coral strikes, the dragon shrieks, and with a great hiss of escaping air suddenly deflates before your eyes. Moments later he's scampering around on the ground at your feet, about the size of a cigarette lighter. Take all. Stake. You snatch both the stake and the ring. Suddenly you hear a low rumbling and the cave begins to crumble around you. You run for your life, but just as you reach the mouth of the cave, a cataclysmic explosion shoots you up into the air like a human cannonball, scattering your possessions to the four winds. You travel for miles in a high trajectory, and when you finally plummet towards the ground, your fall is broken by the branches of a large Ikagum tree near the foot of the Mountain of the Gods. You tumble through the branches, fall to the ground, and are knocked unconscious. I know that type of tree came up earlier. In one of the newspaper articles, I think. I just don't remember what was so special about it. Meanwhile, mirror, mirror, bright and clean, will I be crowned the queen? Griselda fair, this can I say, your life will change come Saturday. Mirror, mirror, backed with lead, is Sir Eric not yet dead? Princess mine, I give thee odds, he will this day be with the gods. Mirror, mirror, be a pal, am I rid of L'Oreal? Grizzy fair, I can aver that by next week you'll know for sure. Mirror, mirror, in my hand, who's the fairest in the land? Princess dear, you are quite fair, but with your smile none can compare. Just 1 second. There we go. Pasture. You are basking in the shade of a tall Ikagum tree whose limbs are thick with juicy leaves. The tree is too big around to climb, but the lowest branch juts from the trunk just over your head. Tantalizingly out of reach, nearby a lone unicorn gazes on pasture. From time to time he lifts his head and eyes you warily. To the west is the famed Temple of Virgins that rests in the shadow of Mount Spa, the Mountain of the Gods. You see a newspaper here. This seems like a good point for a save. Take all. Examine newspaper. Elvis returns from dead as big game hunter. Famous minstrel seeks anonymity in unusual disguise. Giant demon bat exorcised from Dragon Cliffs. A coven of demon bats was driven out of the Dragon Cliffs yesterday by a 6-year-old child. She's got the power, ain't no doubt about that, commented a gibbering old woman who acts as a frequent confidential source to the Inquirer. The girl is apparently unaware of her special power and believes she was making mud pies at the time the exorcism occurred. Puppy killed in car accident. A young puppy was killed yesterday when it was struck by a cart driven by an unidentified two-headed oaf. The puppy was the St. Barkhan's Day gift to a young boy who is said to be heartbroken. According to well-placed sources, the accident occurred just after noon, when the puppy heard the cart coming down the road and rushed out to greet it. The cart struck the little dog and drove off without stopping. The puppy's owner, an orphan, rushed to its side and cradled the dog in his arms. The dog licked the boy's face once and then died. Well, that's quite a downer in a comedy game like this. Personal, to the mayor and people of Hamlin Town. I've still got the kids. Perhaps we can make a deal. PP. That's a reference to the Pied Piper. Help wanted. Do sell but foul-mouthed flower girl needed for linguistic experimentation. Contact H. Higgins. Don't get the reference. For sale. Small red cloaks. Some bloodstains. Contact BB Wolf. Again, I don't get the reference. I wonder if it could be something to do with werewolves though. General interest. Feeling meek, mouse-like, enroll in the Conan School of Assertiveness training. Sharpen your negotiation skills. Learn how to drive home your points and hammer your opponents into submission. Lost. One pair of slippers, ruby-coloured, valuable only to owner. If found, do not wear. Instead, place in small basket on Yellow Brick Road. A friend. So that's a reference to the Wizard of Oz. I've forgotten what was so special about the Uka gum trees. West. Portico. This well-proportioned porch is a fitting entry to the Temple of Virgins. A set of bells hangs under a sign, and a white robe lies folded next to the door. A niche in the wall contains a small carved stone bowl, presumably for offerings from passing pilgrims. The pasture lies behind you to the east. Examine hanky. It's just an ordinary looking white handkerchief. Wear robe. You put on the robe. The thick fold should conceal your gentle from casual eyes, and with luck you won't run into anyone who wants to make a more thorough examination. Examine bells. The 10 bells all look pretty much the same, except that some are larger than others. Examine sign. Welcome to our automated door answering system. If you've come to see the Virgins bathing, please ring the first bell. If you're a salesman, please save the game and ring the second bell. If you're a lawyer, please don't save the game and ring the third bell. If you're a virgin who wishes to apply for admission to the temple, please put on the robe and ring the fourth bell. To read this sign again, ring the fifth bell. To inspect architectural plans for hidden passageways, ring the sixth bell. To hear a nice mellow tone, ring the seventh bell. To rescue one of the virgins because she is your daughter and she has been kidnapped and brainwashed by a demented cult who intends to make her sell flowers in transportation terminals and then sacrifice her in a horrible and gruesome ceremony, please ring the eighth bell. If you are a group of the Queen's henchmen chasing a suspect, please ring the ninth bell. If you're a male who wishes to apply for the job of serving grapes to the virgins while they are bathing, ring the 10th bell. Ring 6th bell. I think it was the 6th that was for hidden plans. A complicated blueprint unfurls from above. A quick examination reveals dozens of trapdoors, fake walls and hidden staircases. Just as it steps back up, however, you notice in the lower right corner, residence of His Majesty Lord Brutish. Take blueprint? Okay. Examine sign again. Which one was it? If you are a virgin, was it the third one? No. Fourth bell. Ring fourth bell. The door opens and a comely young virgin takes you by the hand and leads you inside. Examination chamber. The rune is done in muted earth tones, probably in a futile effort to calm the nerves of the women who are to be examined here. It is sparsely furnished with a table and a small stool. The only exit leads north to the interior of the temple, and that is blocked by the Virgin who has been set to guard you. The girl says, "Welcome to the Temple of the Virgins. Naturally, we cannot admit you to our sisterhood without confirming that you are indeed a virgin. But do not worry, the test is quick and painless. It will begin in 15 minutes. Presumably this is going to be exposing me to the unicorn? Wait, dragon's tail? Do I have the dragon's tail or something? Examine dragon. He's about the size of a cigarette lighter. Oh, I took him with me, I suppose. That's surprising. I take it he's not just in the room. You reach into the backpack and pull the dragon out by the tail. A small flame erupts from the dragon's mouth, but then it subsides. What are my actions here? Burn, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put dragon in backpack. You put the dragon in the backpack. Talk to girl. What's with that unicorn out in the pasture? Sometimes I dream about him at night. I wonder if that means anything. Tell me about the test. Oh, don't worry about it. It's quick and painless, especially if you really are a virgin. It's only dangerous if you're not a virgin. What does a girl do for action around here? Well, on Wednesdays we take all our clothes off and run around the temple. It's a lot of fun. You'll see next week. How old are you? I'm only 15, but I hope to be sacrificed to Moloki the Terrible before I'm 16. It would be such a privilege to be the youngest virgin ever sacrificed to Moloki. I'm sure I would treasure the honour for as long as I lived. What goes on here in the temple? Well, life is pretty quiet, except when it's time for a sacrifice. Then the high priestess comes in and selects a girl. The chosen one goes into the sanctuary, and a little while later she's gone. It's really quite an honour. I think I better meditate quietly now. Examine pocket. The pocket is empty. Okay. Wait, I suppose. Yeah, I had a feeling it'd be the unicorn. Through the door comes another woman with a unicorn in tow. As soon as it sees you, the beast starts bucking and thrashing and trying to attack you with its hooves. After a moment, the woman manages to bring it under control and hauls it from the room. Rescue says, I'm sorry, but you clearly failed the test. Perhaps you should try the Temple of Brazen Hussies on the other side of the meadow. She escorts you back to the pasture and then she retreats back into the temple. Now, there was something about unicorns earlier in the game, wasn't there? And the leaves of a yucca gum tree? Take leaves. You can't reach the leaves from down here. Oh, examine ring. It's neither shiny nor dull, but halfway between. Wear ring? You put on the ring and the upper half of your body disappears. The upper half of my body. It's a semi-precious ring. How's that in any way useful? How do I take off something? Remove ring? And the upper part of your body becomes visible again. Pull branch? The branch is too far away. Oh, this is going to go terribly, isn't it? But unicorns are supposed to attack someone who moons them, aren't they? So I wonder if I can use that to knock myself up the tree. You turn around, bend over and bare your rear at the beast. He lowers his horn and charges at the inviting target. You straighten up and try to jump out of harm's way, but you trip over your own feet, turning your leap into more of a feeble hop. The unicorn is quickly upon you. His horn passes through the gap between your legs and he gives his mighty neck a heave. You sail through the air and land unharmed on the branch of the yucca gum tree. The force of your landing dislodges a dead leaf from somewhere overhead. It drifts slowly down through the air and lands on the branch. Now, what was it? Was it something like combining a virgin's tear with a yucca gum leaf will create something which will calm a unicorn? Something like that. problem is I'd need to make her cry. And that's assuming what I vaguely remember from yesterday's session is even right. I may be misremembering it. I just noticed in my quick list of verbs there's yoo-hoo, so presumably I'm supposed to summon the banana that in this stage of the game. Excalibanana. Burn, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, ring, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, wear, and yoo-hoo. And what do I have? I have... You're holding a ring, a hanky, and a newspaper. If I give the hanky to the girl, maybe she'll blow her nose or something? I don't know. Examine table. Examine stool. There's a small stool, presumably here to help short people get up onto the examination table. Give leaf to girl. Oh, did I not take the leaf? Okay. Thank you, but I'm not permitted to accept gifts. Give newspaper to... No, read newspaper to girl. Because there was that entry... No, there wasn't, was there? No, I'm thinking of the sign outside, aren't I? Oh, well, you never know what'll happen. As you begin to read the story to the girl... The dog! That was it! She begins to sniffle. Further on, she begins to cry. By the time you're done, she is sobbing uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking and tears streaming down her face like a water down a flume. Give hanky. So that's why there was such a sad story in it. Wait. Give hanky to girl. You give her the handkerchief and she presses it to face. She continues to cry for a few moments, completely soaking the hanky. Then she gives it back to you and snuffles. Thank you. Now I need to combine it with the leaf, presumably. Put leaf in hanky. The dried leaf immediately disintegrates into crumbs, which then absorb all the moisture from the handkerchief and recombine to form a gummy blob. What do I do with the blob? Do I give it to the unicorn, or do I eat it myself, or what? Wait, I suppose. Through the doorway comes another woman, with a unicorn in tow. As soon as it sees you, the beast calmly walks up to you and starts to nuzzle your hand. The girl exclaims, "You passed the test, congratulations, and welcome to our sisterhood. You're really lucky. It's the feast of the god of the full moon, and we're sacrificing one virgin every hour on the hour. Maybe you'll get chosen, although they usually don't take girls on their first day. She leads you into the main part of the temple, kisses you on the cheek and waves goodbye. Huh. It's a very good thing I was playing this game only yesterday and remembered that. That would have been such an impossible puzzle otherwise. Salon. This is a spacious apartment that is awash in femininity. Everywhere you look, there are stunningly beautiful young women, all dressed in gossamer blue robes. They seem unworried by the horrible fate that awaits them, although no one seems to linger near the open door that leads north into the sanctuary. Occasionally, an individual rises above the general din and catches an interesting snippet of conversation. Can tell by the way she peels her grapes. Talk to virgins. Is anyone here a farmer's daughter? Come to think of it, no. Perhaps they're just not interested in religion. What would you do if a man came in here right now? We would firmly but politely ask him to leave. What are the sleeping arrangements here? Why are your robes so much more revealing than mine? That's a good question. You have to wear your novitiate robes for a week, then you'll get one like ours. You'll definitely be more comfortable. How can I get selected for the sacrifice? It's nice of you to be so enthusiastic, but no girl has ever been selected on her first day. The best thing to do is just wait until the priestess picks you. I'd love to chat, but I have to brush up on my rituals. Let's try Yoo-hoo, since I see there's a fountain here, which is a sort of body of water. An arm thrusts up from the fountain, it tosses you the banana and then sinks out of sight again. Gained some weight, that must be some of the chatting. Examination chamber. No cucumbers in the temple garden. Sanctuary. The great and terrible visage of the god sanctuary. Oh, sorry. The great and terrible visage of the god Moloki takes up the entire north wall of the sanctuary. The terrifying eyes seem to follow you every step. The lips are open in a horrific grimace, revealing sharp teeth that are clenched shut. Against one wall is a vat of sacrificial wine. The only exit is to the south. Take all. Take wine? Can't take the vat. Examine vat. The sacrificial wine is blood red. South. Sort of like riding a horse, I think. No cucumbers in the temple garden, surgically lifted. I like bananas too, but that doesn't mean. Hits a sacrificial wine pretty heavy. A little too friendly, if you know what I mean. Okay, this isn't helping. What can I do? Alright, let's go back into the chamber and see exactly what I can interact with. I could try talking to Moloki. Doesn't it strike you that talking to Moloki is just a little strange? Chow. Examine Chow. It's an uninteresting grey lump. Oh, that must be the stuff I made from the virgin tears and the yucca gum leaf for the unicorn. Pitchfork pocket, ring, robe, steak, temple vat, wear ring. This seems a bit silly, but let's see what happens if I go out there with only half my body showing. The women see a disembodied pair of legs entering the room and scream in terror. A group of acolytes rushes in. They conduct a hurried religious ceremony to cast out the evil magic within you and then rip you to pieces. You have failed. Okay, that did not help. Remove ring. Examine Maloki. Maloki is the god of impacted wisdom teeth. His look reflects this. It depends on which god you get sacrificed to. In the snippets of conversation, they did mention the banana. Oops, give. The virgins are too busy talking amongst themselves to pay any attention. Everything's been lifted. Okay. Take all. Nope. What are my short list of verbs? Burn, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, ring, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, wear, yoo-hoo. Apparently some are bigger than others. Open Maloki, could there be like a secret entrance here? Even if you had the strength of 10 men, you still couldn't pry those teeth apart. Examine that. I've done that before, haven't I? I could try and dye the robe red, but I don't see why I'd want to. Enter that. Climb into the vat. The dark one comes up to around your waist. Wait. Okay. South. Getting out of the vat first. It doesn't seem like it would be a fate worse than death. What am I missing? I'm just not sure how to proceed. You're holding a ring, a banana, a hanky and a newspaper. You're wearing a robe and a backpack. In the hanky you see some chow. In the backpack you see a dragon, some bearers, a book, a stake, a wrench and a pitchfork. I could read the book, I suppose. NPCs kept on telling me before, whenever I tried to give them the book, what are you in a covenant? What have you been in a covenant all this time? Everyone knows that if you read that book, it'll put you to sleep. Perhaps I give it to the girls here and then they'll all fall asleep and then I'll be selected as the sacrifice? Question mark, question mark? Removing the book from the backpack first. The virgins are too busy talking amongst themselves to pay any attention. Okay, that didn't work. Read book. Even glancing at the cover makes you drowsy. You dare not actually open the book. Dye her hair. Examine fountain. I just can't figure out what I'm supposed to be doing here. I suppose I need to do something so that I'm the one that's selected for the... And then he said something about first base. So that I'm selected for the sacrifice. That was pretty she used to be. Time passes. The High Priestess enters the room, flanked by two acolytes. The acolytes disappear into the sanctuary for a moment and then re-emerge. The priestess raises her arm, index finger pointing directly at the ceiling. She slowly lowers it until her quivering finger points directly at one of the virgins. The acolyte sees the girl and drag her kicking and screaming to the sanctuary door. They push her through and slam the door behind her. The priestess and her minions leave as suddenly as they came. The remaining virgins in the room stare ashen-faced at the door, waiting for some sign of what's happening on the other side. According to the latest line from Las Vegas, a snowball in hell actually has a better chance of surviving than you do of opening that door. I mean, I could wait. The silence is broken by a blood-curdling scream followed from the sanctuary. The door slowly opens, revealing that the holy room is empty, save for a few whiffs of smoke. The ashen-faced virgins stare at each other for a few moments, then slowly resume their conversations. Do I just have to wait here? You hear the priestess and her acolytes enter the salon. The acolytes enter the sanctuary, grab you by the arms and drag you back out to the salon. The high priestess raises her arm. Da, 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 da. Can I hide? You can run, but you can't hide. Burn, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, ring, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, where, yoo-hoo. I stand in the vat and I put on the ring. Enter vat. Where, ring. Given that the lower part of your body is obscured by the wine, you're now completely invisible. That's what I wanted. And now, every hour on the hour? You hear the priestess and her acolytes enter the salon. The acolytes enter the sanctuary, conduct a brief search, and then leave again. Moments later, a young girl is flung onto the sanctuary floor and the door slams shut behind her. I wonder what I'm supposed to do here. Talk. I wonder if I'm supposed to do nothing or if I am supposed to do something. The girl looks around wildly, trying to figure out where the voice came from. Remove ring. You remove the ring and the upper part of your body becomes visible again. The girl screams in terror, but nobody on the other side of the door seems to care. Talk to girl. Hi, come here often? No, I have lived my entire life here in this temple, but I have rarely... Wait a minute, that was a joke, wasn't it? How did you get selected for this honour? Well, it's either because I'm exceptionally pure of heart or because I spilled hot coffee on the High Priestess this morning. Tell me about Moloki. Moloki is the god of impacted wisdom teeth. When he opens his mouth, it is my duty to fling myself inside, the better to ease his pain and suffering. You actually don't believe in this sacrifice stuff, do you? Nah, but it's a living. How many virgins does it take to screw in a light bulb? Thanks for chatting. I guess we wait. Smoke starts to pour from Moloki's nostrils. The girl, already nervous, begins to shake uncontrollably. I should probably get out of the vat. You climb out of the vat. The girl screams in terror, but nobody on the other side of the door seems to care. Fire pours out of Moloki's eyes. The girl gets a wild look in her eye. Moloki's teeth slowly come apart. A low rumble comes from somewhere inside the mouth. The girl has worked herself up into a religious frenzy, and suddenly she lets out a blood-curdling scream and dives headlong into the gaping maw of the god. The instant she is inside, the mouth crashes shut. Darn! Okay, enter that. Where ring? Wait. Every hour on the hour? Remove ring. Give book to girl. You get out of the vat and give the book to the girl. At first she's too hysterical at the sight of you to even notice that she is holding anything. Then slowly, the book's tedium seems to reach out and start to calm her down. She glances at the cover and takes in the complete lack of anything interesting thereon. She listlessly opens to the table of contents and sits down on the floor. She turns the page and gazes at the preface for several moments, her eyelids drooping. By the time the girl gets to chapter 1, she's lying on the floor. You see her lips form the words, in the great days of Balder, and the book falls from her hand and she's out like a light. Ugh. Solved it, but again, only because I was playing the game yesterday and happened to remember quite specific details. Actually, while I'm here, let's take the book back. I don't know if I'll need it again, but why not? Noki's teeth slowly come apart. A low rumble comes from somewhere inside the mouth. North. Summoning up all your courage, you dive into the blackness, expecting to die at any second. You pass through a wall of flame and then fall into space for what seems like forever. You land with a thud, which knocks you out for a second. When your head clears, you're aware of a sense of gradual upward motion. Cautiously, you open your eyes. Escalator. You're slowly rising through the hollowed out core of Mount Spar, the famed mountain of the gods. A warm, steady breeze blows up from below, and it almost feels as if it, instead of the escalator, a warm, steady breeze blows up from below, and it almost feels as if it, instead of the escalator, is carrying you higher. The escalator continues to carry you up into the mountain. The sign comes into view. Examine sign. Please keep both hands inside the escalator. The gods will not be responsible for personal injury. You pass the sign, rising higher and higher all the time. Might as well wait. As you near the top of the escalator, you glance up. High above your head, the wall of the mountain... high above your head, the walls of the mountain come together in an inverted cone, at the very tip of which seems to be a large cork. Before you have time to wonder about the significance of this discovery, you reach the top of the escalator and step off, passing through a wall of mist. Promontory. Dense clouds swirl around you as you survey this rocky outcropping. Through the mist you see a lone figure with a shovel in his hands, bent over a hole in the ground. A narrow path leads off around the mountain to the southwest. The figure straightens and says, "Hello, welcome to the Mountain of the Gods. My name is Bill. I see you've got one of those magic rings. Can't have that up here, you know." He takes the ring away from you and then glances down at the shovel in his hands and seems surprised to find it there. After a moment he shrugs and fills in the hole he was just digging. Seems like a good time to save. Although I would know we didn't get any of the artifacts we were looking for. In the previous section. We've only advanced to the promontory. So this time my options are burn, call, drop, enter. Oh, interesting that I was able to call Yoo-hoo in the previous section, even though I didn't need the banana. Anyway, as I was saying, the short list of verbs are burn, call, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, where. Tell me a little about yourself. I'm the god of short-term something, but I can't seem to remember what. Can I borrow your shovel? What shovel? Can you recite the Epic of Balder from memory? Sure, a long time ago, endeth the Epic of Balder. Pretty good, huh? What's in the hole? By the way, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. If there's anything you want to know about, just ask me about it. Thanks for the memories. Take shovel? The god says, "Hey, that's my shovel. At least I think it is. Or did I borrow it? I don't remember." The god looks up and says, "Hello, welcome to the Mountain of the Gods. My name is Bill." He glances down at the shovel in his hand and seems surprised to find it there. After a moment he shrugs and fills in the hole he was just digging. Southwest. You cautiously pick your way along the level but narrow path, following its treacherous course around the mountain. After a while, the mists start to dissipate and the path broadens to become first a track and then a road that leads you to a sunny open area near some classical buildings. Agora. Warm sunshine splashes across this pleasant plaza, bathing everything around you in a golden glow. There is a grove of trees growing to the west, and to the south lies the fabled Palace of the Gods. It's a phantasmagorical building that is steeped in the mysterious aura of legend. The road on which you first arrived disappears northeast into the mists. Glancing upwards, you see that you're nearly at the top of Mount Spar. From the very peak comes the glint of sunshine, reflecting off something metal. West, I suppose? Glade. Goodness. Man's imagination holds no lovelier sight than the goddess of beauty bathing in a woodland pool, and here she is, her flawless body immersed in sparkling water, her auburn hair floating around her like a halo. Warm sunlight filters down through the trees, striking a golden key hanging from a tree on the western shore of the pool. Not a single breeze disturbs the tranquility of the scene. As the goddess bathes, her languid movements send gentle ripples lapping against the shores of the pond, the quiet sound magnified in the still air of the glade. In a few moments you can tear your gaze from her. You notice that exits lead east and north into the woods. You see a golden key here. Talk to goddess. Tell me about the key. I don't know anything about it except it's been there for ages. How come it's so warm even though we're fairly high up a mountain? Look behind you, a giant snake. Where? This has been a titillating conversation, but I'm afraid I must go. So, north, west and east are my options. East will take me back, so let's try north. Passing through the band of trees to the north, the weather quickly changes, growing colder with every step. You climb up the mountainside and soon come to a cave. Nervously you step inside. Windy cave. This is the home of the god of the north wind. Icicles hang from the ceiling and snow lays scattered on the ground. The god himself is pacing back and forth, swinging his arms, stamping his feet and mumbling to himself. Talk to... North wind. The god is too preoccupied with muttering to talk to you. Take all? Anything to take here? No. How strange. Examine icicles. Everything you see reminds you that the room is cold, very cold, extremely cold as a walk-in freezer, as cold as an ice cube dropped down your back, as cold as a lawyer's heart. You get it, cold. So I wonder if I'm supposed to light a fire here? Hey mortal, the god calls, do me a favour and take this note to the Palace of the Gods and give it to Morty. He scrawls out a note and folds it in half, passing his fingers along the edge to seal it shut. Then he stuffs it in your hand. He turns away, but then looks back and says, "Oh, I almost forgot." He waves his hand and mumbles a phrase under his breath. There, you'll be able to get into the palace now. We don't like people to just wander in. Once you've been inside, you'll understand why. It's an image thing. Anyway, thanks a million. Golden key. The key's on the opposite shore of the pond. You can't reach it from here. West. The merest hint of disapproval from the goddess is enough to stop you in your tracks. Be not so bold, mortal, she says, lest your impetuosity lead you to grief. Was there something particularly to the west I should be aware of? On the western shore of the pool. Oh, I suppose she's to the west. We'll try entering the Palace of the Gods shortly, but before then, let's have a quick look to the south. The one place we haven't been yet. You walk up to the facade and then keep walking right on through it. Lobby. This is the sterile, fluorescent lit office dominated by a very functional reception desk. Oh, this is a sterile. Behind which sits Cleo, the receptionist of the gods. In the background you hear the suppressed hum of activity. Exits lead west, east and north. Against one wall sits a trophy case. As you cross the threshold into the palace, the seal on the note magically dissolves and the note falls open. Oh, so the other direction I hadn't been in was the palace. And I presumably wouldn't have been able to go in until I had been to the God of the North Wind. Hi, I'm Eric the Unready, mighty hero. Well, you're half right. I'd like to see Morty, please. He's a busy god, he only sees people on business. Tell me about Valhalla Industries. Well, it's Morty's brainchild, really. He was the first to realise how much money there could be in the god's business. So he sold franchises, established new deity positions and set up a merchandising department, all for a percentage of course. He ploughed some of the profits back into R&D and a couple of millennia later, voila, here we are. Why do gods like bowling so much? Oh, it's just a fad, give them a few more 1,000 years and they'll move right on to something else. You can go back to your calls now. Which way did I come from? I came from the south. So west and east are my two options. The receptionist says you can't go in there. Only people with business for Morty can go in there. Do I still have the note? Or was it completely destroyed? Morty, you've got to get me out of here. I've been up here in this case every day for 5 years. In this cave every day for 5 years. I'm freezing, my bun's off. 2 more weeks and my contract's up. How about it, Morty? You're my agent. Can't you get me a cushy gig? I hear the God of Wine is going to open up soon. I can handle it, I swear. Hangovers are nothing compared to this frostbite. Yours, North. Presumably, I wasn't actually intending to snoop on the note. I wanted to check if I still had it, but there you go. There's a lounge. The Lounge of the Gods is a worn-out room that could use a good coat of paint. A broken nectar machine stands in the middle of the room. Behind it, a nectar machine repair god is sitting on the couch. The company bulletin board adorns the far wall. When are you going to fix the nectar machine? When I get around to it, chum. When I get around to it. Will the machine be hard to fix? Nah, it'll be a piece of cake once I get around to it. It'll only take me a couple of minutes. Is nectar really the choice of a new generation? I wouldn't know, I don't drink the stuff, I just fix the machines. Nectar, gotta have it. Who was the advertising genius who thought of that one? Take all, anything in here? Examine bulletin board. Examine bulletin board. Of course. The bulletin board is covered with notices. One of them reads, due to recent complaints, the automatic payroll deduction for life insurance has been discontinued. One reads, fresh cakes for all occasions, delivery in 30 eons or less. Call 1-800-DOMINUS. Remember, Dominus delivers. Bulletin board. Depressed, can't commit suicide? Call the Divine Intervention hotline for immediate counselling. There's always someone here to talk to you. Open nectar machine. You can't open the nectar machine. All my options: burn, call, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, where. Oh goodness, I've just noticed all the directions I could go, and I can go north, east and south, as well as back west. This room is stacked floor to ceiling with books and scrolls and stone tablets of all shapes and sizes. Behind a small table is Emily, the diminutive librarian of the gods. You greet the librarian. Hi, I'm new here. Got any good books? Brooks? Of course we don't have any brooks. This is a library. We don't carry brooks or streams or rivulets or anything like that. For that matter, we don't have ponds or lakes either. All that water would spoil the paper. And besides, how could you borrow a brook? You can't pick one up and... You break into her tirade. Books, I said not brooks, books. She stares at you blankly. Oh, that's different. Well then, never mind. Take all. Examine manuscripts. The room is filled with tablets, scrolls, manuscripts and books of every size and description. The librarian fusses around for a few moments and then says, "You know, we haven't had a mortal in here in eons. I know we have a few books meant for mortals, but I can't remember what they are. Perhaps I could find that reading list." She rummages in her desk. "Ah, here it is." She blows the dust off the piece of paper and hands it to you. "You can borrow any book you want, so long as it's on this list. I seem to have lost my glasses, so when you've made up your mind, just tell me the title of the book you want." Examine list. From Here to Eternity, Paradise Lost, Stairway to Heaven, A 1-Minute Miracle Worker, East of Eden, How to Scale Mount Spa, Grapes of Wrath, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Setting Up Sodom Gomorrah, Priming the Fountain, Really Great Rituals, The Sacred and the Profane, How to Get a Hold of Some Better Virgins, The Joy of Hex, Holy Smokes, A User's Guide to Incense. You shout your request at the librarian. Emily wanders off, mumbling to herself as she goes. From beer to maternity. Now that shouldn't surprise anyone. One thing leads to another, I always say. After a while she returns and hands you a book. Remember, she says, this is a lending library. I expect to see that book here within 10 minutes. From Beer to Maternity, the book is about the dangers of drinking and dating. You read a few pages and discover nothing of real interest. Give book to Emily. Talk to Emily. I'd like to read some scrolls, please. Feed some trolls? This isn't a zoo, young man. You certainly have a lot of shelves in here. Elves? Sorry, no elves in here. Why can't I read these other scrolls? Feed geese, mother rolls? You're not making sense, young man. I give up. I can't take this any longer. Any lager? No, we don't have any beer here. Bye now. South. Oops. South. The librarian swaths the list away from you and says, "Sorry, library property." Laboratory. This is a cluttered workshop full of odds and ends. In a sealed counter you see a rock, a bush, some pills, a pair of sandals and a trumpet. On the counter you see a machine. As you enter, a white-coated scientist looks up and says, "Welcome. I get so few visitors. Let me show you my latest project." He pats a large machine that was sitting on the counter. This is a prototype of an all-in-one plague machine. Up until now, our operatives have had to carry a separate piece of equipment for each plague they wanted to invoke. A staff for snakes, the thighbone of a sheep for locusts, etc. Now this prototype is too large to carry, but when the final model is finished, all those separate functions will be combined in one small, easy-to-use device. Let me show you how it works. Just then an aide sticks his head in the room and says, "You need it over in the New Worlds lab." Johnson says he dropped a vial and there was a really big bang. "Drat," says the scientist. He gives you an apologetic nod and leaves the room. Take all. Pull switch. So what's it happen? You throw the switch, a coat hanger appears, then another. The first two mate and a third appears. Soon you are inundated in copulating coat hangers with obvious disastrous results. You have failed. Undo. Examine. Wait, can I really not take... Oh. Take rock. You can't get anything inside the counter. It's closed, sealed and impregnable. Examine counter. The counter contains a rock, a bush, some pills, some sandals and a trumpet. Open counter. You can't open the counter. The gods have sealed it against all intrusions by mortals. I guess I should leave for now. Scriptorium. This is a large room filled with robed figures bent over manuscripts that they are painstakingly copying. A thin young god greets you as you enter. There is a sign here. Richard looks at you and says, "Ricky, come in to see Richard." We copy anything. Please give the original of the item you wish duplicated to the attendant on duty. The god of duplication says, the airman examining the sign. I'd like to get something copied, please. The aericulator, not reading the signs. What happens to the original of the things that you copy? Eric Toller, asking questions. Richard, sounding stupid. Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that. The Eric man making fun of Richard, gonna get himself killed if he's not careful. Can't say just one thing without you parenting it back to me. No. It's been nice talking to you. The Rickster, leaving the dialogue menu. Alright. The Rickinator, leaving Richard behind. Give note to Cleo. Cleo looks at the note and hands it back to you. Then she yells at the closed door, Morty, someone to see you. She turns back to you and says he'll be out in a few minutes. The receptionist speaks in a headset. You need to speak to Martha in seances. I'll put you right through. Seances. The receptionist says, hold your unicorns. Morty will be out soon. The receptionist speaks into a headset. Let me see if I can explain. Every time a prayer comes in for a team to win, it goes onto a tote board. We keep a running tally until the event actually begins. Whichever side has the most prayers by halftime will win the game. That's why Notre Dame is so hard to beat. They've got 1 million nuns out there praying all week. By the time game day rolls around, the other team doesn't stand a chance. Wait, I guess. Those customs vary from region to region. Please consult your local shaman for the correct ritual in your area. The receptionist speaks into a headset. The deadline for spring rides was yesterday. I'm sorry, no exceptions. No, not even if you make it 2 live pigs. The door to Morty's office opens. 2 grotesquely dressed characters emerge. Remember, Morty, they chorus. We are 2 wild and crazy gods. They do a slow shimmy out of the front entrance. Morty puts his arm around your shoulder and guides you into his office. Morty's office is cluttered with tacky bric-a-brac. The walls are crowded with mementos and autographed pictures of him with gods and goddesses. Morty plops into the leather chair behind his desk and asks, Immortal? Don't get many of them up here. Well, what can I do for you? Haha. Who are the people in those pictures? Those aren't people. Bubbler? They are deities, first-class gods and goddesses who I helped get where they are today. To whom should I sacrifice so my quest will be successful? Let me see. The logical choice would be the god of lost causes, but he's busy with the Bush campaign. I guess your best bet would be the god of blind, dumb, stumbling luck. I'd like to get and talk with people in your legal department. No, you wouldn't, kid. Trust me on this one. I'd like to be a god. Everybody says that, but let me tell you, the hours are lousy, the pay is worse, and everybody wants to talk to you all the time. My advice is, be a layabout, set your own hours, you work outside, and there aren't any annual performance reviews. Thanks for the advice. No problem, enjoyed it. Let's take another meeting sometime. Have your people call my people. Give note to Morty. Morty takes the note and tosses you a small wooden token. Thanks, kid, he says. He glances at the note, then he wads it up, throws it away and bellows, Cleo! The receptionist comes in and Morty says, take a letter. Dear North, I've got 2 offers cooking for you right now. One is a 2-year gig as God of the Moon, the other is 6 months as God of Volcanoes. I'm guessing the moon's a little cold for you after this last job, so I'm trying for the volcano. It's messy, but at least it's warm. Let me know what you think. Morty pauses and appears to think. Talk to Morty. Nothing new there. Morty comes out of his reverie. Sign it. Best personal regards, Morty. Thanks, sweetheart. That's all. By the way, here's a little something I picked up for you on my last trip, mortal side. It's some woad for your makeup kit. It does this to the woad and Cleo leaves. What happens if I go south? Well, it says, hey, I'd let you go in there if it was up to me. The guys in there really aren't so bad once you get to know them, but the other folks around here don't like them, so we have to keep them locked up. Marty comes out from behind his desk and says, thanks for dropping by, kid. Next time you're up in the mountaintop, stop by and we'll do lunch. He steers you out to the front office and says, Cleo, babe, as he closes his door. On the desk you see some woad. The receptionist speaks into the headset. The deadline for spring rice was yesterday. I'm sorry, no exceptions, no, not even if you make it 2 live pigs. Oops, I meant take all. Leo calls out, hey, don't touch that stuff. That's the costume. Woad. Cleo zaps you with a small bolt of lightning and says, hands off, personal property. The receptionist speaks into a headset. Yes, the end of the world has been scheduled. I can't release a timetable yet. We'll be issuing a press release soon. It'll tell you everything you need to know. So yet again, I haven't a clue how I'm supposed to proceed. A passenger pigeon flies over the agora, drops a note and keeps on flying. Take note. Examine note. The note is written in an indecipherable foreign language. All you can tell is that it's addressed to Morty. Okay, so presumably I have to get into Morty's office for some reason. Talk to Northwind. Tell me about Morty. He's my agent. Actually, he's the agent of all the gods. He's the guy who gets us these gigs. Why are you mad at Morty? Be the god of the Northwind, he says. You'll be on all the maps, he says. Big deal. Here I am bottled up in this cave. I never get out. No one sacrifices to me. Do you ever see any virgins up here? No, the goddess of spring gets all the sacrifices. What's she gonna do with a bunch of virgins? I can't even blow my nose without one of these sunbathers down there complaining about it. How long have you been up here? It seems like forever, but it's only 5 years. I've only got 2 more weeks to go, though. I remember because today's my birthday, and I started this gig just 2 weeks after my birthday. Happy birthday. Sure, some birthday. Come back in 2 weeks, then you'll see a smile on my face. Well, it's been fun shooting the breeze, but I'm gonna go for now. I'm gonna go now. Give dragon to Northwind. Removing the dragon from the backpack first. He just keeps stamping up and down, flailing his arms back and forth while trying to keep warm. Examine ball. The ball itself isn't that interesting, it's who's in that holds your attention. East. From the very peak comes the glint of something reflecting... the glint of sunshine reflecting of something metal. Examine Mount Spa. The mountain rises dramatically to a peak just a few hundred feet above your head. Enter Mount Spa? Oops, enter Mount Spa? You don't see any way to climb up the steep mountainside. Fair enough. Examine glint. You can't tell much from a glint. It's usually a game writer's way of telling you that there's something up there that you want without telling you what it is. Northeast. Examine strings. What strings? You see nothing special about the strings. Inventory. You You're holding a dragon, a note, a token, and a newspaper. Examine token. It's a perfectly round token with the word "Chew It" stamped on it. The god looks up and says, "Hello, welcome to my..." Oh. Chew it. Give token to nectar machine. Oops. Give token to nectar machine. Hold on. Give token to slot. Slot isn't like to appreciate your offer. Put token in slot. Token doesn't fit into the slot. Okay. Talk to repair god. Is there any new dialogue? No. Sorry about that. Lost sound for a moment. Where was I? Open. Nectar machine with wrench. Give wrench to repair god. I doubt it though. Removing the wrench from the backpack first. Sorry, pal. Not my department. The problem is I don't really know what I'm supposed to do here. I suppose if I took a book from the library to the duplicators, then they could give me a copy of the books. So if I really needed a book for some reason, I could acquire one that way. Give the crank a turn, selling your knee-deep in slime wigs. They immediately disappear through cracks in nearby walls, but one of them is slower than the rest and is left behind. I've got a slime wig. No idea why I would want one. It's a disgusting, slimy-looking thing. Pull lever. I heard of frog suddenly materialise. The thing gallumps out of sight. So, what is there? All backpack, berries, bush, button. Was it the button I pushed before? I think it was a switch. Push a button, a plague of locusts flies through the air and then disappears. Knob. Haven't interacted with that yet. Push knob. A swarm of gnats attacks your head, biting you with abandon. Suddenly they leave as quickly as they came. Switch. Token, trumpet, wrench. Yep. I think that's everything I can do here for now anyway. The only thing I can think is if I gave the slime wig to the Goddess of Beauty, there's a chance that she might vacate the pool, thus allowing me to get the key, though I don't know why I'd want the key. There's nothing you have that could possibly be of any interest to the Goddess of Beauty. Okay, let's try going back into Morty's office. Maybe there's something there we missed. Examine painting, actually. It's a watercolour of a dry path between two walls of water. The card below it reads, Best Special Effects, a parting of the inner sea. Receptionist speaks into her headset. You need to speak to Martha in seances. I'll put you right through. The receptionist speaks into her headset. I'm sorry, the Goddess of Fertility is busy at the moment. Please try again. Please try back later. The receptionist speaks into her headset. 200 St. Barkin's femurs. You need to talk to Ralph in shipping. Hold, please. Let me see if I can explain every time I play a prayer. We've read that before. Let me see if I can explain. Seen that one before. The door to Morty's office opens. Morty comes out with his arms around a blonde goddess who is wearing her underwear outside her clothes. Sure you can charge $50 for the book, babe, he says. Just make sure the pictures aren't too tame. The goddess licks his ear and then leaves. Morty puts his arm around your shoulder and guides you into his office. The sign over the barricade itself will read the legal department. Examine mementos. The mementos are usual junk that collects in offices until it's time to move, at which point they get tossed into a box and stored in the basement, thereby clearing the way for whole new generations of useless junk that would otherwise remain unborn. This timeless cycle is one of the underlying patterns that holds the universe together, and disruption of it would cause the end of life as we know it. Morty glanced at the note, then he wads it up, throws it away and bellows, "Cleo!" The receptionist comes in and Morty says, "Take a memo. Atlas, I know you're getting tired, but try to hang on a little longer. I'm sending Hercules over to spell you for a while." Morty pauses and appears to think. Morty comes off his referee, sign it, best personal regards, Morty. Thanks, sweetheart, that's all. Cleo leaves. Sorry friend, I'm not buying anything today. Morty comes up, da da da. I'm running out of ideas. Oh, if she's in Morty's room, then she's not in here, so I can go out and take things. You grab the woad and the costume. Let's see if I can get into the legal department this way as well. No, you don't have to keep track of your good and bad deeds. Our accounting department is quite good. Miracles is on vacation. I'm sorry, the Goddess of Beauty is in an important meeting and cannot be disturbed. I meant examine costume, didn't I? It's a feathered serpent costume. Interesting. From Here to Eternity, Paradise Lost, Stairway to Heaven, The 1 Minute Miracle Worker, East of Eden, How to Scale Mount Spa, You shout your request at the librarian. Emily wanders off, mumbling to herself as she goes, "Why write a book about a sick horse? It's what I'd like to know, and what does the horse's father have to do with it?" After a while she returns and hands you a book. "Remember," she says, "this is a lending library. I expect to see that book back here within 10 minutes. Ailing Mount Spa. The case study of hereditary diseases in thoroughbred horses holds your interest for approximately 15 seconds. Oh, I guess we'll just have to go through these one at a time. Pair of dice lost. One models of personality with gambling is beyond me. Pair of dice lost. A story about a gambler's search for his lucky dice. You read for a while and then grow bored. The 1 Minute Miracle Worker. I knew a Fumblefingers once who worked in the mirror factory, unluckiest person I ever met. The 1 Minute Miracle Worker. A fascinating account of a factory worker's attempt to speed up the detection and rejection of interior products in a mirror factory. Of inferior products. Why are restaurant guides always so popular? Seems to me all they ever talk about is the decor and the location. After a while she returns and hands you a book. Remember, Examine book. Eats of Eden. The definitive guide to dining out in the Garden of Paradise. You read for a while and then realise that all the places they're talking about closed down a long time ago. Violence, murder, mayhem, whatever happened to good taste? The Rapes of McGrath. You read about the heinous crimes of notorious McGrath for a few moments and then turn away in disgust. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Now there's a good book, all about the legends of bowling. For Whom the Tell Bowls. A gripping account of professional sponsorship in the world of O'Shea. It keeps you on the edge of your figurative seat for the entire 20 seconds it takes to read. Sing Up Sodom Gomorrah, Priming the Fountain. Why is everyone so all-fired interested in climbing up the top of the mountain? No good can come of it, I say. Examine book. Getting up Spa from Agora, Climbing the Mountain. The book jacket says that it contains a ritual that will make a golden stairway appear, thereby making it possible to ascend to the very peak of the mountain of the gods. Intrigued, you debate with yourself whether to continue reading. South. Give book to Richard. Richard disappears into the back. He returns moments later and hands you a perfect copy, presumably keeping the original somewhere in the back. The attendant smiles and says, Ricky solving the puzzle, making points, way to go, alright. Do I give her this version? South? Oh, that didn't work. What does happen to the originals? Oh, I never examined the woad, did I? Examine woad. It's interesting that I got points for copying it, and yet I didn't get to keep both copies. You already got what you need from the little old lady, leave her alone. That's so strange. Backpack bearer's costume, dragon's helmet, newspaper note, pitchfork, Richard Scribe's sign, slime wig, stake, tables, token, window, woad, wrench. Let me examine the sign again. We copy anything. Please give the original of the item you wish to duplicate to the attendant on duty. Richard looks at you and says, "Reckonate, you're examining the sign." Take original. Sorry, there's a new price for a new price list for direct divine intervention. You must not have received your copy yet. I'll send a pigeon out to you right away. I still don't know how I get the book back. They've copied it, but how do I get to the original? No, he's not interested. Examine boat. It's a miniature replica of an ark. Below it the card reads, "A Lifetime Achievement Award for the most creative response to a world's overpopulation. The Great Flood." Let me see if I can explain. Yeah, we've read that one. East. South. Talk to scribes. Haven't tried that yet, have I? The scribes are too engrossed in their work to pay you any attention. Richard leans and says, Ricky, talking to the scribes. Examine tables. Tables are laden with scribes' work. The god of duplication says, Rikatoa, examining the tables. If I give him the newspaper, maybe I can check again what happened this week. Richard disappears back. He returns moments later and hands you a perfect copy, presumably keeping the original somewhere in the bag. Examine back? Give me to Richard. You don't have you. I was wondering if he'd take me in the back. Okay, that didn't work. The Reckonator, making copies. Wait. No, that did nothing. So the short list of verbs: burn, call, drop, enter, enter back. That doesn't make sense to me. Get, give, look, moon, open, pull, put, read, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, where. Get, book. Seems a bit extreme. You must first of all want to burn the tables with. Burn tables with dragon's tail. You can't light anything with a tail. Okay, burn tables with a dragon. The dragon isn't spewing any flame at the moment. Rikatoa burning the tables. I'm running out of ideas. Give token to Richard. That didn't help. I think I'm gonna have to look this up. I mean, the game gave me points when I had him make a copy. So presumably I was right that far. Then when the original gets transported back to the library, you'll be left with a copy you can read. I didn't know that they automatically get transported back. Oh no. I think I've put myself into an impossible position there, that the game developers didn't think of. Oh, I think I have. Yeah. I found a corner case the developers didn't think of, it looks like. Okay, so we'll just have to redo this section again. It shouldn't take too long. Southwest. West. North. South. East. South. Give note to clear. Wait. Give note to Morty. East. Take all. East. East. Was it push knob? No. Pull lever? No. Push button? No. What one was it then? Wasn't the button? Oh, pull crank? Take all. Yep. North. Examine list. Oh, I don't have a list yet. Talk to Emily. I'd like to read some scrolls, please. No. Oh, there we go. I've got the list now. Examine list. Setting up Sodom and Gomorrah. Examine book. Getting up far from Agora. South. South. Give book to Richard. North. Okay. So if I understood correctly, I think if I hadn't given a book back, it would have teleported back to the library. Which means the original that they've now taken to into the back is going to teleport back to the library, and I can keep this copy. You flip past the opening pages and get right to the good stuff. Ritual for causing the golden stare to appear. First, prepare thyself by wearing the sacred costume of Og and by smearing the cheeks with woad, that thou might seem pleasing in the eyes of the great god Otis. Then, whilst holding a copy of this sacred ritual, shalt thou perform these actions in sequence, remembering all the while that a departure from the correct order shall taketh thee back to square one. Here then are the steps of the ritual. First, whilst in Agora, stand upon the holy egg of oblivion, so that memories of all gods other than the great god Otis shall be erased from thy mind. Is that what the digging god is standing upon or something? Second, partake of a live slime wig, the animal most sacred to the compassionate god Otis. Third, turn around that thou might be seen from all sides by the all-seeing, all-knowing god Otis. Fourth, turn around again in case Otis wasn't watching the first time. Fifth and finally, thou must squeak like a chicken, for this above all others is the noise most pleasing to Otis the great and powerful. I now have a few more actions. I can turn around and I can squawk. I can only assume that that's the correct costume. That would suggest the only thing I don't yet have access to that I need is the Egg of Oblivion. Examine dirt. The dirt is all in the hole. He is a slight figure with strings tied around all his fingers and a bottle opener around his neck. Maybe if I pushed him away, he might not lose his memory. You give the god a little push. He seems surprised, but he doesn't retaliate. No. Examine bottle opener. Take bottle opener. Hey, get your own opener. Okay. First, while in Agora, stand upon the holy egg of oblivion, so that memories of all gods other than the great god Otis shall be erased from thy mind. Okay, this is formally Agora then. Where would I find an egg? Not in here. The game seems to be indicating there's two directions I can't travel in. Down from south from the office or west from the glade. I wonder if those are real locations I can visit or not. Do I still have the book? I do. Say thanks. After a few seconds he looks at you and says, I like you. Here's a little present. He returns your gift of moments before. The god looks up and says, oh, so he just gave me the book back. Okay. What can I do? Eat, squawk, turn around, burn, cool, drop, enter, examine. I could enter the hole. You can't get near the hole while the god is standing over it. Oh god. The god seems to be happy right where he is. My name is Mike. So his name keeps changing, I assume. Examine strings. Examine bottle opener. The immortal says, hey, stop messing with my dirt. I could give him a note. Because if he doesn't know that what his name is, he doesn't know that it's not Morty, he might read it and then have some sort of reaction to it. Say thanks. After a few seconds, he looks at you and says, I like you. Here's a little present. He returns your gift of moments before. Okay, so I've just looked up a hint. The egg of oblivion is in the hole that the god of short-term memory is digging. Okay. Which isn't much of a hint, really. But, because, you know, it's much closer to a solution, but... I suppose the question is, how do I get him to stop long enough for me to examine? I don't want to look up the whole solution, though, how I remove the god from here, but I just can't, I just don't know what I can do. I don't know what the token is for. I'm gonna have to look it up, aren't I? It's regrettable, but I don't see another way. Okay, it's because I'm supposed to give him the nectar, which I don't yet have access to. Okay. Oh, I don't have the woad. I don't have the woad because Morty hadn't given it to Cleo until after I'd been in there. Do I just have to wait here? No. I will try once more. No. Did I read the newspaper this time? Or did I forget? Yes, I did. There wasn't a new newspaper for the Mountain of the Gods, that'll be why. Bulletin board. Due to recent complaints, the automatic payroll deduction for life insurance has been discontinued. Fresh cakes for all occasions, delivery in 30 eons or less. Call 1-800-DOMINUS. Remember, Dominus delivers. Depressed, can't commit suicide? Call the Divine Intervention Hotline for immediate counselling. There's always someone here to talk to you. Condo available for sale or rent. Ideal location on the Island of the Gods. Overlooks Championship Golf Course built on former site of the garbage dump of the gods. The competition to select a company bumper sticker is coming to an end. Be sure to register your choice by the end of this century. The finalist slogans are: Immortals do it forever, Wash your purse or we'll kill you, Honk if you're for silent prayer, I went to heaven and all I got was this lousy bumper sticker, God didn't create the world in 7 days, he rested 6 days and then pulled an all-nighter. Create something so big you can't lift it? Call Titan Moving and Storage, specialist in paradox removal for over 6 millennia. Full bowling leagues now forming. Openings still available on quality teams like Rolling Thunder and Olympian Boomers. Sign up now. Are you a lonely angel? Come to Thomas Aquinas School of Ballroom Dancing and learn to dance on the head of a pin. Group rates available. Future recent complaints. Okay, that wasn't any help. The only other thing I might be able to interact with... Okay, there's 3 things in the game world that seem like they might be something, but I don't yet know how to progress with them. There's the Egg of Oblivion, which I have read is in the hole. And to get that, I need to give the God of Short-Term Memory Loss the nectar from the vending machine, apparently. Read that in a hint. Then there's the key, which is behind the Goddess of Beauty. But we have no idea how to get there because she's bathing in the pond and seems to object to us getting closer. So that's the second thing. Because I'm sort of lumping the Egg of Oblivion and the vending machine into one. What was the other one? There was one more thing, I think. Oh yeah, there was the legal department. My short list of verbs: eat, squawk, turn around, burn, call, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, open, pull, put, read, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, where. Maybe I should just directly try and enter the pool. I assume this is going to go terribly, but... The merest hint of disapproval from the goddess is enough to stop you in your tracks. Be not so bold, mortal, she says, lest your impetuosity lead you to grief. Wear costume? Will that help? Enter pool. Why is up an option? Oh, that just goes north. Generations of poets have despaired at their inability to capture in mere words the unearthly allure of the goddess of beauty. I don't see what the trouble is. She's about 5'9", 123 pounds, with reddish hair and a chest that would give a monk a heart attack. Okay, I'm looking up a hint for how do I get some nectar? And it says first you've got to get into Morty's office. I wonder if I just give the token to the repair god. The issue is I don't know what the writing on it means. TUIT. Perhaps I should have just looked that up. When I get around to it. US, humorous, a circular object supposedly giving its owner the ability to get done everything that would have otherwise been put off to a later date when they get around to it. Okay. I've never heard of that before. Well, would you look at that? Around Chewit. I guess I'd better get to work. He stands up, opens the machine and fiddles with its innards, then he closes it up again. Good as new, he says, tossing you a coin. Give it a try. He packs up and leaves. Put coin in slot. The penny falls into the machine with a satisfying chink. A bottle of nectar appears below. You take the bottle and suddenly you hear a grinding noise from inside the machine. Whatever gremlin was occupying the machine before has returned with a vengeance. Thanks, but I can only have one sip. It makes me pee. He takes a bottle, opens it with an opener and takes a swig. Then he closes it again and hands it back to you. Oh, that was the clue. That's how I was supposed to know that it was meant for him, because he had a bottle opener on him. The god looks up and says, "Hello, welcome to the mountain of the gods. Da, da, da. Examine hole." "Thanks, but I can only have one sip. It makes me pee." He takes the bottle, opens it with the opener and takes a swig, then he closes it again and hands it back to you. Moments later, he suddenly gets a very strange expression on his face. "Excuse me," he says, and leaves very, very quickly. Examine hole. Within the hole you see an egg. Take egg. You take the egg from the hole. Oops, southwest. Drop egg. Examine book. First, while in Agora, stand upon the holy egg of oblivion so that memories of all other gods other than the great Otis shall be erased from your mind. Second, partake of live slimewig, the animal most sacred to the compassionate god Otis. Third, turn around that thou might be seen from all sides by the all-seeing, all-knowing god Otis. Fourth, turn around again in case Otis wasn't watching the first time. Fifth and finally, thou must squawk like a chicken, for this above all others is the noise most pleasing to Otis the great and powerful. Hold on. Were there further directions? First, prepare thyself by wearing the sacred costume of Og, and by smearing thy cheeks with woad, that thou might seemeth pleasing in the eyes of the great god Otis. Then, while holding a copy of this sacred ritual, shalt thou perform these actions. Okay? You smear the woad on your cheeks. The voice says, "Not those cheeks." Embarrassed, you fumble around. After a moment, the voice says, "That's better." Stand on egg. You balance precariously on the egg. Eat slime wig. You pop the disgusting thing in your mouth. You know how sometimes you eat something that you think is going to taste terrible, but it turns out to be okay? Well, such is not the case here. The instant you put the slime wig in your mouth, it attaches little suckers to the back of your teeth, so that while its rear end is halfway down your throat, its front end is hanging on for dear life. Now it's trying to crawl up, while you're trying to get it down. Finally, you bite off its little pseudopods, and it slides, wriggling and screaming all the way down to your stomach, where it gives a couple of kicks and then lies still. Goodness. Turn around. You do a quick pirouette, very stylish. You feel a kick in your stomach. That slime wig isn't dead yet. Turn around. You do a quick pirouette, very stylish. You give a small, salty burp. Oh, what was the final step? Squawk. You squawk like a chicken. Nothing happens. After a while, one of the gods wanders through the agora and catches sight of you wearing a silly costume, your cheeks bright blue, standing on egg and looking like you've just swallowed a slime wig. He stops and says, "You're not performing the old golden stare ritual, are you? Geez, that was replaced years ago. Didn't you get the software upgrade? Well, never mind. I'll take care of it for you." He mumbles something under his breath and a shining golden stare appears in the middle of the agora. "Take care," the god calls as he passes from sight. Moments after he leaves, you hear an explosion of laughter as if someone had been trying to keep it in, but then simply couldn't hold on any longer. Success! You climb up the golden stairs, wishing all the while that you could get rid of that Led Zeppelin tune that keeps running through your head. The view from the top of the Mount Spire is breathtaking. You can see all of Taurus laid out before you, except of course for the places that you have already passed through, most of which are still obscured by a pool of smoke. Strangely enough, the ground up here is neither dirt nor rock. It is a circle of cork, roughly 6 feet in diameter. The crowbar of the apocalypse is lying in the middle of the circle, secured by a golden strap that runs right across the cork to a golden lock at the edge. The only exit from here is the golden stair that leads back down to Agora. So I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need the key now. How do I get the key? Give nectar to goddess? There's nothing you have that could possibly have any interest to the goddess of beauty. Okay, then how do I do this? If it's not giving her something, and I can't approach, and I know talking isn't the solution, then what's the solution here? Drop woad in pool? Oh, I'd have to take off the woad, which presumably isn't possible. Eat, squawk, turn around, burn, call, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, open, pull, put, read, take, talk to, throw, undo, wait, where. Look. Man's imagination holds no lovelier sight than the goddess of beauty bathing in a woodland pool, and here she is, her flawless body immersed in sparkling water, auburn hair floating around like a halo. Warm sunlight filters down through the trees, striking a golden key hanging from a tree on the western shore of the pool. Not a single breeze disturbs the tranquility of the scene. As the goddess bathes, her languid movements send gentle ripples lapping against the shores of the pond, the quiet sound magnified in the still air of the glade. In a few moments you can tear your gaze from her. You notice that the exits lead east and north into the woods. Talk to goddess. Tell me about the key. I don't know anything about it except it's been there for ages. I wonder if I act like an absolute pig if she'll leave. That's the only idea I've got right now. Do you always draw like that? Sorry, I'm washing my hair next month. Oh, it's usually nice up here. The breezes are always gentle. Perhaps you've mistaken me for the goddess of brain. She is bathing the next pool over. Look behind you, a giant snake. Silly mortal, there are no snakes on this mountain. Where's your own hand? No business. Well, none of that helped. Oh well. I've had to look up a few hints in this area already. I'll throw in the towel and look at one last hint. Gotta keep the stream moving. The person stopping you from getting the key is the goddess of beauty, and she's only there because it's so warm. Perhaps you can make conditions a little more frosty for her. Okay, that's fair enough. A small female voice in your head says, "Be careful, Eric, that stuff is so cold your skin might stick to it." Mum, is that you? You think to yourself suddenly you hear the wizard's small voice. "Excuse me, Mrs. Unready, but I'm the only small voice allowed in Eric's head right now." "Oops, sorry," the other voice says. "Well, goodbye, Eric, and don't forget to wash behind your ears." Push icicle. Burn icicle. With dragon. Inventory. What have I got? Nectar, a note, a book, a newspaper, a costume, a backpack, a dragon, some berries, a stake, a wrench, and a pitchfork. Well, I think plainly I'm supposed to take the icicles, otherwise why else would the game developers have made it an item here? What can I do? Eat, squawk, turn around, burn, cool, drop, enter, examine, get, give, look, open, pull, throw book at icicles, take book. Talk to North Wind. Alright. I'll look again. Gotta make the god of Northwind blow. Consult the bulletin board in the lounge of the gods for something that might help. Okay. Unless it's something to do with bowling, I don't know. No, I'm still not getting it. Oh! I've got to order a birthday cake for him. Got it. How do I call them though? Is there a phone? Sorry, I don't go out with mortals, just when you're getting to know them, they croak. Maybe I have to wait until she's... in... Morty's room again. I'm supposed to wait, aren't I? Right, is there a headset in here? Or phone, or anything of that description? Wrench, woad, trophy stake, plaque, pitchfork, picture, painting, newspaper, nectar, dragon... No. Oh, maybe I could have done this anytime. Hence why cool was on the list of verbs. It had nothing to do with actually having access to a phone. Thank you for calling Domino's. We'll be right over. Bye. An out-of-breath delivery boy shows up and says, "Sorry I'm late. It's half-time at the Ragnarok Bowl and we're flooded with orders." He hands you a cake and then leaves. Oh, I would never have figured that out. Put dragon's tail on candles. You have to detach it from the dragon first, excuse me. Put dragon on candles. Removing the dragon from the backpack first. That doesn't seem to be a suitable place to put the dragon on the candles. Burn candles. Burn candles with dragon's tail. It seems a little silly to try to light the candles with a tail when you're carrying around a perfectly good dragon. Burn candles with dragon. The dragon isn't spewing any flame at the moment. I have to pull the dragon's tail. When you pull on the dragon's tail, his mouth opens and a stream of fire comes out. Burn candles. You You hold the dragon up over the candles. The spray of fire ignites them all. The god of North Wind grabs the offering and cries in delight, "For me? How thoughtful of you!" He closes his eyes and makes a wish. Then he sucks in his breath and unleashes a blast of wind that not only extinguishes the candles, but uproots them from the cake and carries them flying down the hillside on a frigid stream of air that freezes everything in its path. Goodness. A once idyllic summer scene has been transformed into a hard-bitten snowscape of ice and frost. The goddess has fled and the pond has frozen into a solid sheet of ice. On the western shore of the pond, the golden key still hangs on the tree. You race across the frozen pond, grab the key and return again to the near shore. Take crowbar. Lock. Open lock. You put the key in the lock and give it a twist. The lock falls open and the strap comes loose. Suddenly the golden staircase disappears. Uh-oh, you hear a faint creak coming from the edges of the cork where it fits into the mountain. You take their crowbar. The creak turns into an ominous groan. The cork starts to tremble and shake, and you notice that there's more of it sticking up out of the mountain than there had been before. Close lock? Pandora's box, a mother-in-law's mouth, this lock. Name 3 things that can be closed once they've been opened. Charming. With a pop, the approximate intensity of a sonic boom, the cork shoots up into the air, with you hanging on for dear life. The cork describes a graceful arc through the torus air, taking you for what feels like a magic carpet ride, except you can steer magic carpets and you usually have some say on where they come down. Behind you, the mountain of the god deflates into a large wrinkled land formation of the gods. Eventually the cork lands with a splash. You interpret this as good news until you remember that the only water in this vicinity is the dreaded Swamp of Perdition. The impact of the landing throws you to the ground and knocks you out. Meanwhile, a bachelor party for me? You guys are the greatest. I bet L'Oreal is sorry she wasn't invited. You know, guys, it just doesn't get any better than this. This is the south shore of a murky swamp. You see a raft populated by a strange-looking crew here. You see a newspaper here. Out of the mist, the raft approaches. It is manned by a very unusual-looking crew. The person who appears to be the captain is holding a sawed-off tree trunk, and you see him speak into it. Captain's log. Swamp date 91692. We have encountered a strange lifeform who is peering at us through a transparent screen while manipulating an imaginary alter ego through our world. We will offer assistance to this alter ego while observing the character of its master. He lowers the log and says, "Hail traveller, we offer you passage across this swamp." This is clearly a Star Trek reference. Quick save. And I think we'll stop there for the night. So, thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Monday, in which I hope I'll be doing the new Monkey Island game when it comes out. At some point, I want to get back to Eric the Unready and finish it. And then I want to continue or move on to the next Myst game. Wednesdays, as usual, will be poetry, prose, and riddles. Other than that, I stream on Mondays, Fridays, and most Saturdays. So, good night, everyone.